All right, C1x report, or not C1x report, shoot. C1x reports are my pro videos. C1x Road to launch, day 31. I did it again. I did quite a bit of work off video last night that I should have just filmed, but I didn't. And it started with me in my list here adding. Actually, I already checked it off. I added a stat, or not a stat, a to-do item down here towards the end of the last video that was basically just figure out what the heck I'm doing with the all-time stats. Because with my previous implementation, I had an issue of if I add stats at some point in the future, which is guaranteed to happen. It's what I'm doing currently. The all-time stats is just kind of screwed. Best case scenario was that it works, but it just is only based off of more recent rounds because the stat didn't exist for earlier rounds that the user might have scored in the app. And then I had the idea last night, which is not a super original idea and kind of silly that I hadn't thought of it already. The goal of the all-time stats is to avoid the user having to wait for the app to calculate stats for all of their rounds every time the app launches. If I create the all-time stats variable and then update it incrementally, the user can score 200 rounds in the app, and I can show the stats for all of them. I can show fairway hit percentage over all of those rounds. Much easier because I'm not recalculating them every single time. And if I have some power users who get up to like 500 rounds or 1,000 rounds, that becomes pretty excessive. So that was the idea of the all-time stats. But then I had the thought of, I have the ability to calculate those stats. I just didn't want to, but it's probably a pretty easy fix to just do that once every time I push an update out that has new stats in. So instead of worrying about how I'm going to handle the all-time stats for whenever I add new statistics into the app, I'll just create a little variable here. So this is something I've already implemented last night. I'm waiting for the app to load currently. Well, I'm doing this, but I just added this little update function where I've just got a flag that's true false, all-time update 1 implemented. If it's not implemented, then I'm going to recalculate. And if I have future updates, I'll just add a new flag that's all-time update 2, and we'll add it here. And anytime either of those evaluate to false, which means that the user has not updated to the new statistics format that I have, we're just going to recalculate the all-time stats. So it might be slow once on an update, but it's I'm doing pretty basic math. Obviously smartphones are more than powerful enough to handle quite a bit of that, especially if I'm only doing it once. So this was a nice little fix. This will go out with the update, so this way everyone who has the previous all-time stats, they won't have to be reset because I'll just recalculate them once. Very simple, and having thought of it now, a very obvious solution, but a nice one to find because I was a little worried about how I was going to manage that moving forward. I then also noticed that there was an issue with how the average strokes, still not updated yet, the average strokes per hole were being calculated, and I noticed it. It was pretty obvious. I went to go look at like last 5 rounds or something, and it was giving me a value of 30. It was not even close. And then I did some digging and then realized that it was still kind of working for these values, but not for doubles. So that average was as a double value. It was just adding it. It was just adding the average strokes per holes from all the rounds together, spitting that out. So I created a new type called average. At the point that I'm calculating the average strokes per hole, I've already calculated the total strokes and the holes played. So it's just a division at that point. So I'm updating the key here accordingly for average. Right now it's the only one that has that distinction. So if I add another average stat, I'll need to update this. But I set the new type here to be average so that it calculates properly. And then I also noticed that a lot of these values, my driving stats, were integers as well. There were some mismatches here going on with types and how the all-around stats were being calculated that were not accurate. Those were all, I fixed all of those last night as well. So we've got those in there. I then had to update under the stat persistence for all-time stats. Where are we at here? Right here. This was me updating the all-time stats with that average calculation, and then also I had to do an update for the history types, which is those putt distance statistics, where instead of altering an existing value, I'm just appending a new value. Appending, is that the right word? I don't know. A new value onto the end of the array, just extending the length by 1, and that's where that's the stat that's feeding in that histogram that we created in the last video. The last thing I did was also working with ChatGPT. I have a gauge graphic for C1x. This is all new code from last night. And this is the graphic I want to use to display the C1x round grade. So I haven't seen what it looks like yet. Made a few adjustments, just discussing it with ChatGPT. A few changes myself, adding a title, a little spacing between them, very minor stuff. And on the round summary view, so when I'm providing that summary for a single round, when you tap on it, I want to show just the C1x round grade and the division grade for that round. And then on the all stats view, I want to show an average C1x grade, both the double from 0 to 10 and the division grade as well. So I have the graphic here. I haven't added it into the all stats view yet, but under round display, I did. So we have our round infographic content widget, which is just that whole first screen when you first load into a round. We've got the arrow down. I removed some spacing there. Put the little arrow down. Previously, we were starting with those whole breakdowns. And right above it right now, I just added the call to the C1x gauge. I was already calculating round grades previously. I'd already created this function, get division grade, in a previous video, which just takes the decimal and converts it into the division. So yeah, we'll see how that looks. The tournament round and strokes. There was, I don't remember if this is something I did in the last video. So I know the strokes per hole. Is not showing on round display. And I wanted to do the same thing for the histogram that we just added. And I already did. Okay, that's what I thought. So the histogram was displaying just the frequency of round scores. We obviously needed to update that quite a bit, but we got the graphic showing. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't showing it for individual rounds, which is what this check is doing. So that one is done. That was done in the video yesterday, I think. I just never checked it off. We created a new graphic. How many rounds did each overall score? It's not good, but we did it. Add a graphic for displaying the total tournament round score. So we have that as well. These two are both a part of that same histogram graphic. So I do think all of these are done. Now we need to do a little test of the all-time stats, and then I need to go through and actually update these graphics to make them not look terrible. But did get some progress made last night on some stuff. I think the all-time stats should work now. but certainly worth double checking. Slow first build today. I don't think there's too much I want to do until this loads in. The goal today will be to do a quick test of the all-time stats, go through, update all of those graphics for the new statistics that we've added into C1x. I like to say we a lot, as if you know, the person who watches this after the fact, we're working together on it. But all the stats that I've added in, and maybe we'll get to the feature for changing whole pars during a round. That is on my list here. Right here. We'll see. We're going to go for a little while today. I've got 3 days until I go out of town for another 3 days. And then I've only got maybe another 3 or 4 days until I want to have C1x submitted. If I wasn't doing the watch app, I would have zero doubt that was possible. I think I will get done with everything else this week, but the watch app is going to be another question. So I'd like to get done with just about everything that I can today so that I can get going on the foundation for the watch app tomorrow. We'll see how these stats designs go. Hopefully okay. This build is taking forever. I did just go delete that comment, right? Yeah. Okay. Close that out. Now I guess we just sit here and wait. Testing if the all-time stats are working. I know they were working previously. It was just updates that we had to make. Updates that we had to make for those new statistics. I did go through last night both the all-round calculations, and these are my calculations for just updating the all-time stats. They have to be slightly different just because with the all-round calculations, I'm taking in all the rounds at once, calculating it all at once. With all-time stats, I am taking in my existing all-time stats values and then just trying to increment everything for the new round. Which is why the average was a little weird, just because I can't just look at the average of the last 10 rounds and then take the average of the last 10 rounds as a single number and then the average from the new round and combine them. The math does not check out there. But thankfully, these two values were already a part of the stats that I was calculating, and so I can just use them. So I already went through all these last night, making sure that the all-time stats was equipped to handle these new values, and that's where these two new lines of code came in. Let's move this up here because that's a little confusing to look at. That's actually interesting. So I wonder if, because I hadn't thought about this, I have this if block up here to check if the current value, meaning the all-time stats, is empty. So this would be if I added a new stat key. I did just add that update code down below, so ideally this never runs. But if it does run, I don't think I want any of this to run. Because if it's blank, then this code is intended to – is intended to set that value. Current value. What do I return here? Current totals. I never set current totals in this block. New value is list, current value is list. New value length equals current value, meaning that it's one of my fractions. But I guess I'm not, I'm copying, so I'm making it mutable, and this works okay. I think so. I still think I would rather do a do this. I think outside of that, everything with all-time stats should be working. We can go look at so many to add later stuff. So much to add later. I really need to start thinking about how I want to market around this launch. My goal is to, by the end of next week, have C1x submitted for launch, not launched. I'm more than willing to take 2 to 3 weeks to try and build up to kind of a public launch of the app. I just want the app to be done, code to be approved. If I need to make a minor update, that's one thing, but I don't want to have to do that. So, looking at these priority tasks, do we need to change anything? I'm going to add a submit. Part of what I have to do is, oh man, there's a lot. There's a lot to do. Because if I'm going to submit it for review, I really need my store pages to be built as well. So let's go. Let's just change this. We're going to say, no, okay, we'll leave this. Let's add another task. That is complete all marketing and other tasks needed for a submission to Apple and Google. So that's going to be like verifying my privacy page links are all updated, building out screenshots, writing an app description, all the stuff that's going to go on the store pages for each of these. Things that can happen after launch. Referral system is, I think it's pretty low priority for me. Maybe it's not, maybe it shouldn't be. Really maybe just a question of let's see how much I can get done. I'll leave this up here. These are going to be my next 2 tasks. This is important, so I am noticing that on, which I can't show right now because the app simulator still hasn't loaded yet, but on par 4s and 5s, the driving stat and the whole breakdowns will reflect greens in regulation and not where the user landed off the tee. So I just have to update the function for displaying that graphic. something I noticed in my own usage of the app. Keyboard hiding content, that needs to be next. On smaller phone screens, if I'm typing in a whole distance on the add a course view, it will shift everything up enough that I can't actually see the number that I'm typing in. So I'm going to try and find a clean way to fix that. That's going to go here. It's like the watch app is definitely not a to add later. Like, it's something I need to build, I want to build, I want to use myself. But I do think that getting the mobile app fully cleaned up, and I think that's going to be much more important. That's how most of the users are going to interact with it, is on their phone. Not everyone wants to score on a smartwatch while they're throwing. Not everyone has a smartwatch or wears one while they're playing. So I think it's going to be really cool for the people that use it, but the mobile app is going to be more important. So I do want to get all of that cleaned up first. Good on these 5, thinking about this stuff down here. Improving the layout of the share function. I guess that just becomes a question of how concerned am I right now about how the share function currently looks. It's not terrible. It's not, but I think my concern, and maybe I just need to do a little bit of research first, I don't immediately have any aversion to releasing like the watch app in an update, not having that be a part of the initial launch package. I'm just worried that that is going to screw things up with how Apple and Google review and categorize and just handle my apps. I'm worried that if I like submit it for launch, there's not a clean way to add the watch version after the fact, that it would just make my life easier if I could submit them both at once, even if the watch version isn't perfect. Whereas I think like improving the layout of the share function could probably be later. I think here, I think this is going to be my order. On the watch version, determine how to build the structure for a Flutter smartwatch app. Build the foundation for C1x on watches. Create all views in C1x with similar branding and style. Implement ability of watch app to communicate with mobile. Should be able to receive courses and send rounds. That's it. Watch app is going to be really simple. So the intent is that you still add courses on your mobile app. You still have your My Courses list. That would sync with your watch app, just so you don't have to add courses to the watch app. And then you could keep score on the watch app during a round at those courses, just like you would on mobile. And then at the end of that round, the watch app has the ability to send it to the mobile app so that you can actually view stats. There's not going to be any adding courses. There's not going to be any viewing stats. A lot of the mobile features are not going to be available on the watch, and that's intentional. I don't want them to be. I think that would look worse. So the watch app is just to just to keep score. I know I'll do it anyways, but test communication. Sure, it's working. Finalize design of watch app. Add button to mobile app to send full course list to watch app. So I just want that to be like a sync function. Just say like sync my mobile courses with the watch, and then it just sends the full course list to the watch, erases whatever is there currently. I think that'll be a nice, easy solution. This thing does not want to load. What else could I do here? Turn my phone off. Maybe we'll start with that while this is loading. All right. Nope, still not going. Is there anything I could go ahead and jump in and start coding? Ability to change whole pars during a round. Yeah. Let's go to the round scorecard view. Primary button, finish round. Yeah, so that is for finishing. Somewhere down here we've got, oh, further up, throws, penalty graphic last. All right, so here are our buttons. Got the round summary brief. Oh, there we go. 1,600 seconds for the build this time. And then we add the same unpressed for this par. Let's whoa. That was crazy. Footer. Not an inclusive range. Individual stat calculations. Why is individual stat calculations running? Update all time stats. Oh, okay, so I force this. Which is okay, I can set it to be this now. But multi-round calculations, single round calculations, C2 and regulation. Under individual stats, broke. Not an inclusive range, 0 to 1. What line? 80. If shot sequence length. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Sorry about that. Okay, so shot sequence par. It would be nice to, let's just shot sequence print par. Let me try to get the same error again with that printout. Where's the error at? I did not think that printout through at all. Nothing. So this is all the rounds. Is it going to be up at the top? Here we go. Shot sequence is blank. I wonder how that happens. And par is 0. I guess why doesn't C1 in regulation return the same issue? Single round calculations. C1 in regulation. Like the error only gets returned with C2. C1 in regulation, it doesn't happen. And the logic is essentially the same. Sublist 0 par minus 2 returns true. How is par equaling 0? It's coming from single round calculations. So let's do this. Let's get rid of that. Single round calculations 67 right here. Fairway. Yeah, I guess here I wonder. Let's just print shot data. And let's do the reload again. And I'm just going to get a ton of shot data printouts here, but I want to see if I can find where it's blank. Did still get the error here. So for some reason, shot data is getting called as completely blank for only a couple of rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4. For 5 rounds, it's getting called as blank. C2 in regulation, multi-round. Okay, I mean, I guess we can go to a multi-round maybe. See if we can figure out what's going on there. Multi-round calculations. Round stats. Print shot data sets. Round pars. Print round IDs. Let's see what that gives me. Here we go. Round IDs index equals 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 13, 12, 11, 10. And what are they up here? 1, 2. So it looks like it's running multiple times, which I don't quite understand. All-time stats, 145. All right, let's print updating all-time stats. Tell me what happens here. Where are the rest of these prints coming from? Print. Take me to them. I need to get rid of these so I can see what it is that I'm trying to do here. Update. Updating all-time stats run 4 times. 6 times. Another 6 times. Holy cow. How does that happen? I call it here. Okay, maybe we just implement a flag here. Bool. All-time stats updated equals false. Sure. Final. No, it can't be a final. Yeah, bool. All-time stats updated equals false. And then we're going to come down here. If all-time stats updated is equal to false, all-time stats updated equals true. Let's see if this prevents the 18 different runs of updating all-time stats. Still 2. Okay, only 4 that time. Let's go to ChatGPT here, because I know I've had a similar issue before. Flag low to prevent multiple view loads, but it's not working. And it is. That might be true. I can't quite do that though. My issue is that all of the arguments I pass, round IDs, round cars, etc., aren't initialized until further review, like so. don't want to affect the initialization of those arguments as they are used elsewhere. So maybe that's my issue. Okay, that's a unique try. Let's see how many runs we get here. Only twice. Only twice, but I do still get the error. I'm not waiting for shot data sets though, which does kind of seem to be my issue. Data sets. I don't think that's going to fix it, but still twice. Still getting the issue. Are they empty? Probably. Good question. Now I just have to remember where those providers are. All stats. App management. I don't think so. Not courses. Round dates, round pars. This is good. This is how I created round pars. Will it ever be empty? Yeah. I do that for round pars, and I do it for shot data sets so that they're actually empty. That did fix my one issue. This is a new one. Pars and scores must be the same length. So maybe I just don't do it for pars. Because the shot data sets is the one that's really creating the issue. Still getting it, really. Different error though. Fairway hits now. Fairway hits is now the issue. Individual stats. Shot sequence. Valid value range is empty. How? That's what I don't understand, because I should not be. I don't think I called update stat calculations in the load, not add stat totals. Load all time stats. No, I do not call the update. but it's clearly running valid value range is empty, even though it should never get called if it is empty. It's not empty. This seems closer, but doesn't quite work. I still get this error. This points to the shot data sets passing an empty value, but I added it below already. Whatever happened? Any more ideas? Interesting. Okay. Have to check every list, not just that one. Still gives me the error. Still runs twice. And it still says valid value range is empty. Print shot data sets. Just print the whole thing. Shot data sets is a okay. Try it. Did remove the errors. It does still run twice. Why it runs twice, I don't know for sure, but I don't care enough to fix it right now. It will be a long time before any user is able to score enough rounds that would ever cause any issues. Like, by a long time, I mean probably multiple years. So fixing it to run only once is not super pressing. And go tab that out. Let's take that out right now. Is tour active was related to charging a pro subscription thing, and throw it the pros, which I will not be doing in C1x, at least not anytime soon. I have no plans to. I'd like to keep it at least everything that's in the app currently free for now. All right. So what was I trying to do? I was trying to just check all-time stats, right? So we just recalculated So let's go replace this call. And I think I've already done this once. So now update all time stats shouldn't get called at all. It does get called once. So maybe I have not set the flag yet. Let's, or no, sorry, that needs to be in here. Now we shouldn't see it come through. Okay, yeah, no updating all-time stats. So now we're not updating it, it's just loading them in. If I go filter to less rounds, five, 8, -3 plus 4. Rounds, 16, 78, 89. 78, 89. Okay, so it looks like all-time stats is good currently. 13 rounds, 229. Let's go score one more real quick. Nothing. Does not have permission. Okay. Incrementing shards. How? How is it incrementing at all? Round scorecard. Handle round finished. Log round stats to Firebase. Parse user holes. Firebase data logging. Log round stats to Firebase. Increment. Where's my printout here? Incrementing shard. But then I get these errors. So I think this is okay. I was reading this as if some of the incrementing was working. I don't think it is. But I do have errors in my all-time stats file. Line 71. Okay. This line is intended to add a new value of int to take the value inside new value of int and append it to an existing list of integers. Does it do this? Okay, let's see what that does. Let's just delete it. Resume round. Finish. Okay, it worked there. And I got these errors. Okay. So Firebase logging should not have happened, which is fine. Because of the security that I implemented in it, it does not work in the simulator. Data log. Log Firebase tracking increment. Where do I do that at? Down here. I call this code via an unawaited whenever a user finishes a round. I want the app to try logging the stats but not break for the user if they are unable to reach Firebase for whatever. Does this accomplish what I want? And then those become this. Yeah, I think that'll at least give me an idea of what, just to verify that what I'm doing is right. If ace is greater than 0, futures add. Nope. futures. Oh, I already added there. I see. Okay, so let's just comment these out. So solely making use of and then we still just have a wait futures. Let's do a reset here and try to log another round and make sure that this is doing what I think it is. A lot of work I've done so far for just wanting to test out the all-time stats, but I guess that is how it goes. Cool. Okay. So it is doing what I think it's doing, which is good. Failing to increment because caller does not have permission. My webcam might be cutting that off, but the permission is just that new level of security. Should not exist in a release build. For anyone else, I do intend to test that on my phone. Before, that is one thing I think I'm going to try and do while I'm traveling, just to kind of stay working on the app and getting ready for launch, is just get the latest version on my phone. And maybe while I'm sitting on the plane, just try to find every crash I possibly can in the app. Something that I should do anyways, so probably not a bad idea. Okay. All-time stats now. $16.78.89. I get an error here with overflow. Just that. Okay. We'll find a way to address that. Why is all-time stats not giving me that error? So all-time stats seems to be working. 43, 23. Everything's updating properly with the exception of this. With the exception of that. When I go print all-time stats up here, I assume that is just, yeah, user round score integer is just that negative number. Okay, stat persistence. Add stat totals. Multi-round is what's getting called anyways. Print key. Print maybe give me that. Let's set this to false. Let's do another update. So we should get updating all-time stats called here. There we go. And I do save it. Yeah, so we're not going to call it here. No update all-time stats. Let's go here. So now in all-time stats, I get this histogram. So then my question is going to be, let's go delete this. When I deleted the round, something about deleting a round seems to be screwing it up. Am I setting it to be blank here? No, so this is me resetting all-time stats if there's greater than 1. Okay. Add stat totals. Okay. So here when I update it after a delete, I think I just need to recalculate the whole thing. That's going to be way more efficient than what I'm doing here anyways. Yeah. Ref round ID. So here I'm updating all of these. I should be able to just grab the same thing. New round IDs. We'll go here and here. New round pars. New round distances. New user hole scores. New round course difficulties. New user scores. New shot data. And then I'm going to get rid of that. Get rid of this. Okay. So let's go back. Let's do one more reset. That was an important find. Deleting rounds was also breaking all-time stats. And I could tell mostly just based off of that histogram. Although, I mean, technically it still should have been working, but we'll find out. Okay, so here I've got the excessive histogram there that is working as intended. Let's add a round here. Finish round. Failed to increment, which is fine. Oh, let's go back into this. Now I get an error which tells me that the histogram did work. 14,235. If I go delete it, updating all-time stats is called, and now I go back here, and I still get the histogram. Okay. So, I think it's working now. Front 9, back 9, what's that showing me? Way better on the back 9 currently, which does seem accurate. Go to last 5 rounds, apply. 6 strokes better on the back 9. Only on the last 5. Yeah. Anything else I should be checking for all-time stats here? Let's go. Just remove the call, do one more run through here. No updating all-time stats. It's working. Okay. I think all-time stats is good. And now on to the fun part, which is updating all those graphics. And I want to start with... Oh, did I look at the round grade? Kind of skim by that. So that's what my C1x round grade looks like currently. It's not good, but it looks like it's showing accurately. If I print this down below, 6.25 MA1 minus, yep. So the values match at least. Let's go double check one more. MPO minus 7.69. So right values at least. Okay, that's not terrible. Let's start with the histogram, just because I got to that first. Let's close all this stuff out. I'm going to say that all-time stats is working. All right, so histogram. I need the below widget for a histogram to show values in order from lowest negative to highest positive. The bar height needs to correlate with the number of occurrences of each value, not the number itself, because that's currently what it's doing right now. Total calculates properly. Title. I can hard code the title because it's only going to exist on the all stats view. That's fine. What other changes do I need to make here? I also need the histogram to switch to value ranges, i.e. negative 18 to negative 15, negative 15 to negative 12, etc. as needed if the number or if the variety of occurrences creates a graph which is wider than the screen width being passed. Okay. So we're gonna update this accordingly. Here's a refactor that does all that. This is where ChatGPT is so helpful. As long as it does it right, I guess, right? As long as it provides what I asked, then it saves me probably hours just with this one graph. Let's copy paste. What was the other? Individual stat keeping. What was I using there? Format golf score to string. Am I not? Did it again to also include my format golf score to string, which I assume I still need to display the right values. So now we go to this. We'll reset and then... Okay. Not good, but definitely a step in the right direction. Definitely a step in the right direction. Do I have 2 even par rounds? Is that true? I do. I've got... I don't have a neg 36 in here, so let's see what happens if I get that. We got a par 54. Here we go. Let's go with the neg 36. Let's go back and here. Just made them smaller. Let's say I wanted it to switch to ranges if the width of the whole graph exceeds screen width times 0.75. How would I change this? Total width needed. Come on. All right, and then if grouping logic. I think that needs to go higher up. Where do I calculate spacing? Spacing there. Total width needed. So I'm saying what? I comment this out if total width needed is greater than screen width times 0.75. Let's do a reset there. Does seem like I'm getting, yeah. Does this look right? My issue here is that the bar widths increase when the labels switch to ranges. And this causes the graph to still overflow on the sides. Can you provide updated widget with this fix? Okay. Fixed bar width 20 needed. Bar width, okay. Okay, let's give that a try. So dynamically adjusting bar widths if it requires it. Whoa. This is a little too narrow. The labels now stack on top of each other, i.e. lower bound to upper bound, and the entire graph only takes up about half the screen width. Yes, full widget code with this update. Okay, see what that gives me. Almost there. There we go. Oh, all right, let's check that out. Closer. Definitely closer. Some of the longer labels, i.e. larger negative. Both ranges are double digits negative. Still overlap. Go to 2 line heights. $30 to $40. Yes, but let's trying to save like a character of spacing here. The labels are really small. I just want them to be bigger. I think I need the labels to be much bigger. Any ideas for a layout change I could make to keep the same histogram functionality? Show the labels at a font size closer to 25. See what the suggestion is here. not scrollable horizontally. No. Increase vertical space and separate partial. I wonder. What about changing the graph a bit to instead be more of a line or scatter plot with the lowest score and highest score at the ends of the graph. Position of the line or dots then would represent the number of occurrences of each score. Is this feasible to make look clean on a smaller graph? Maybe we try a scatter plot and see what happens. No, the scatter plot will need to determine its own frequency map. I'll just be passing the list of scores. Okay. We can give this a go. If I don't like it, we'll scrap it, but maybe it's worth a shot. Let's go to Widget Factory. Score scatter plot. Scores will be flat values. Width will be screen width. And then I can just try commenting this out for the time being. We can go ahead and do the wrap of if is for round display. Return this. Okay. We'll give it a try. One, one, two. Okay. Update this widget to make the line curved. Show labels spaced evenly at the bottom, which are set based on the range, and clear up the labels on the left side in a similar manner. there should be no values lower than 0. So nothing. So 0 should represent the x-axis. Also draw lines to create borders around the graph for the x and y axis. Okay. Have anyone to give a go here? I think I might like this a little bit more. Still not really updating design, just trying to get the graphic to look right. I'll probably do the same thing for the C1x round grade after that. And then score scatter plot. And then we can start updating the design of some of these. What is that? Tell me that was just a... The x-axis labels now look like this. But my scores include values from -72 to +4. These score values can be negative x value, but the number of occurrences, y value, obviously cannot update this accordingly. Take 3. Yeah. Why does my y-axis show two occurrences of each number? Don't want decimals. It should only show integers with no duplicates. Seal will not work here. Yep, integrate into the full widget. See what this gives me. Okay. Update. Okay, definitely fix that issue. Now I wonder, let's go score 2 more of those. Just a test, we'll go update the starting hole just to make sure I haven't broken anything in there recently. How is that still giving me a 9.99? Thought I fixed that. Next, still giving 9.99 for a perfect round. Next up. Anyways, so I can see the frequencies here. Okay, let's not make it curved. Update this to make the line less curved. Not curved, a little bit thicker. Make the dots a little bit smaller. And I need to show a plus for positive on the x-axis format golf score to string. All right, I'm gonna go run to the restroom real quick while this is loading, so we'll be right back. had to grab some food as well because I'm quite hungry. And I'm not ready to stop just yet. So this is our new scatter plot with those changes. Some of those I could make on my own, but I figure I'm going to ask ChatGPT to update it for a couple things anyways, so might as well just have it do all of them. What do I think? Line's still a little thicker. Thickness dot radius decreased. Okay. Let's see if we can find those values in here. Drawable width. Paint line here. What if I just make that to 5? Will I auto update it here? I will. That definitely looks better. Now where is the dot thickness? Points. Draw a circle. Here we go. Kick that back up to 5 then. Is that... It's not too bad. I'll try and be slightly discreet here with my eating. I do still need the text below it that gives me the total. Set the line thickness to 5, dots radius back to 5. Add a text widget below the graph which says total tournament score followed by a number followed by a string which passes followed by a string which is by a number. That number needs to be a sum of every occurrence in the scores list. This widget needs to calculate that and is then displayed using the format golf score to string function. Looked good. What else? I do feel like the whole graph is shifted a little to the right. Is there any reason that the whole graph to the right on the screen? Specified a left padding. Try and get this thing centered. This has been a very helpful session with ChatGPT. It's pretty much done everything I asked it to every time, which has not always been the case recently. Plot wrapper. Okay. Try that. It is unique. Yeah, we can try 250, that's fine. Yeah, okay. I don't hate it. Alright, now can you update this to include a number label using to string, add the dot which is tied to the most number would show what that score is. Okay. Yeah. I like that. Now, I think it's at a spot where I can go do my own formatting. Let's go 16 here. Text painter X label. Do that. So now those will match. Okay. Total tournament score. I think that's probably related to this here. No, that was up top there. Okay, so we're making that match as well. And where is... Is it this? Don't think that changed anything. Where is the text for the total? That's what I'm confused about at the moment. Oh, right here. Here we go. Get rid of that bold. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna start scratching the bowl here, so I'm gonna mute myself. All right. Done eating. Thicker lines definitely look a little better. Black dots I don't love. I wonder if I mean, we could always do a just not show the dots at all. Hide them completely. Leave them in case I want to change them at a later date. But the tile, that does look kind of goofy without the dots. So it seems like what I want to do is have them match this. So that I fill in these little corners here. Just slightly smaller though. Maybe 4 would do it. No, that's not what I wanted to change. Circle. Draw a circle. Let's go 4. Yeah. Everything looks pretty consistent there. I wonder if I do like 3.5, if that is worse. No, it's actually a little bit better. Okay. I like it without the dots for the moment. Okay, I'll leave that as is for right now. Is there anything else I want to change there? I want to change the title of this. Let's go combined. Not tournament score. Just combined score. And maybe we kick that up to 25 and do color black. Yeah, I was gonna say it looked a little light on me there. Okay. I mean, it's kind of fun. Let's see, column here, custom paint. I wonder if I can get away with this here. We can go like score distribution. Am I breaking bounds there? Trying to. That's really, now I'm kind of like, where's that height coming in? Am I going to be annoyed that that's there? Let's ask. What happens if I remove height from this? I'm nervous. Well, let's say I'd rather not hard set it. Oh, it's not affecting that at all. Okay, I see. That's fine then. So does that need to be the same size then? Yeah. What if I do start? Nothing. Okay. Get rid of it then. Not gonna worry about it right now. What size is streaks there? Let's go to progress streaks. Value is 25. Labels is 20. Title is 35. It's gonna be big. Yeah, that's okay though. Is it too small? I don't think so. Okay, that's it's kind of cool. I like the score distribution. Let's go delete this stuff. Delete. Delete. No more. It does. Yeah, I'm just not noticing that this is kind of an issue. Because it is drawing a line between points, it incorrectly indicates that there is a frequency for scores in which no frequency exists. If the frequency is 0, the line needs to return to the x-axis. Point and line logic. Where's that logic at? If I give it that full code, it's gonna screw stuff up. Can you show me the exact code I need to replace with your new code above? Scores to final point. Scores here. Where's final point? Points equals scores. Score, min score, max score. using this? Come on. Hate it. Format golf score to string. Okay. Can you update this with your new code? Don't change any of my other code changes. That might be too much. We'll find out. Hopefully it did this right. Yeah, because here it's like showing a frequency of 1 for every single score on this, which is not accurate. And obviously like a range of -72 to 4 over is a much larger range than anyone actually using the app is probably going to have. Like I'd say like -18 to +18 is probably pretty close to as wide of a range of values as anyone would ever get, and even that's probably a stretch. Let's give that a try. What if you remove the line and just show dots at each frequency, ignoring any that are 0? This. Okay, so we just do that. Can't quite see the dot at the lowest value because the axis covers it. Can we fix this? The lines were just too much, I think. I don't want 0 frequency points shown. It's a frequency of 1, but at the lowest score, meaning the y-axis is blocking it. Yes, full update with this implemented. Lots of time just on this. That seems to be how these go. Yeah, it did shift him just a little bit there. Does that make it wrong though? Does this mean all the dots were shifted, or just the one is the lowest value? If they were all shifted, I assume they don't align with the appropriate value on the x-axis now. Okay. So we just updated lowest score. And the rest of them stay exactly the same. Cool. I do think that's better. I will still make some design changes here. Where'd you set? Oh, dot radius right here. Say, what if I take this to 5? Whoa. So 5 might have been a little too big. 4.5 isn't bad, and it is probably better if I make it black. That's not going to update. Let's do the reset. Definitely easier to see. It's not very colorful, but I could definitely just pick another color here. What to pick? Maybe that. Find a nice darker green there, maybe. I think if I can inject a little bit of color into this, then into the dots, I would probably be okay with everything else just being black. Yeah, green's not a good choice, but what about the ocean blue here? A little less dark. I feel like it's kind of hard to even tell that that's green there. Yeah, black and blue though is not the best pairing. So what else do I got? Maybe that crimson red. I think that's what I'm using for my penalty button when logging shots. It's not bad. It's the best one so far, I think. Definitely colorful, easier to see. All right, I think I'm going to call it there for the score distribution. Now we're on to the C1x grading. So I think histogram I am done with. Don't need it, right? Shouldn't. Widget factory, let's go. We're going to call it case scatter. And then stat organization. This needs to be scatter. And then I guess I can leave this for the moment in case I decide I want it. But let's do a reset, make sure I'm still getting the scatter plot shown as intended. Yep. Let's go 5 rounds. Apply. All right, last change. Is it possible to update this so that if the highest frequency overall is only 1, the 1 is shown, only y-axis is in the middle and not at the top? Entire updated scatter, please. Keep my changes on the dot style. All right, last change. Just because I know that early on when people are using this, they're only going to have 1 round. I want 1 to be down here and not. Not at the top. Probably worth asking too what happens if there is only 1 round in the app. I don't know. What are we starting up here? Scatter plot painter. Is that down here? Yes. Do a reset. Okay. And then let's, so still working just fine there. Let's kick it to last 5 rounds. 1 goes to E. Okay. 20 rounds. Right back. Yeah, yep. I think that's good. Is my text size still 16 there? Yeah. No 14s. Got 1 there. I don't know what that's even for, but let's make it 16. Maybe it's... Whoa. I don't know what that error is about. Okay. Now I'm done with score distribution. Now on to the C1x round grades. All right. Call good on the scatter plot. And let's, good Lord. Do some tweaking to the gauge that we got here. So, C1x Round grade, font size 30. Make it a little bit bigger. Throw the const here. Move it there. Gauge size is fine, I think. I wonder, like, if I just set this to 0.7, does it screw everything up? No? Okay. Let's roll with 0.7 then for the moment. If high score, what happens if it's a high score? That's unique. Okay, we'll get to that one in a second. Actually, I think I can probably get to it right now. I don't want that at all. Just scrap that. Positioned bottom, division badge, clamped grade, division grade. Okay. So let's come down here. Passing gradient colors to it, which I do have created here. I did create that variable already. 6.25. So you can kind of see the transition happening a little bit. Probably should be darker and more of a transition, I think. I guess we can start by going and updating these. Vivid sunset red, vivid sunset blush, vivid sunset orange, comma. I've got a yellow in here somewhere. No, I wasn't even to the colors yet. Amber. Progress amber. And then let's go green. So then I want mint, cerulean, do I have a good purple? Mint, cerulean, orchid, maybe? And more vibrant purple. Okay. Mint, cerulean, orchid, more vibrant purple. I could also make it match like the whole colors, like just in reverse order. That would be interesting. We can try this first. So this should be quite a bit more colorful now. It is. Yeah, I do think that I obviously was going for just the rainbow effect. I don't think that's great. So what if we do the whole colors? So whole colors. Triple bogey worse. double, bogey, par, birdie, eagle, albatross, ace. Let's give that a try. Be a few too many there. Let's take albatross out. See if that makes it better. I feel like I want the gray to be a little more elongated. That does kind of look weird. Maybe we take triple bogey out. I wonder, like I just add two of them, just trying to make that gray a little bit more defined. Yeah. I don't hate that. I do not hate that. Alright, let's see what ChatGPT's got on this. Update the below code. Do you have a border around the gauge line? Semi-circle. And make it a bit thicker. Gauge with needle painter, which is down here. And we're not updating those. Okay. So we are just updating this. Yeah, okay. Now I can work with this. What if I just kick it up to 30? That is here. I do want it to be thicker. Background arc paint. Okay. Progress paint. If I increase the progress paint stroke width from 18 to 30, how does the border need to update? So literally just make it thicker. 30, 30. Okay. Alright, needle, radius, draw circle. 30. 25, 20. A little bit wider. 30 and 25. Okay. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. The gray is a little weird. I understand that the transition's kind of weird, but I like associating it with the whole colors. I think that's a nice look. C1x. All right, let's go up here. A little bit more spacing there. We'll go 30. Let's under style presets. Let's go stack round grade. I spelled gauge wrong. Pointer color equals. What color do I want this circle to be? Maybe theme. Give it sunset red. All right, let's go down. Inner circle to be C1x pointer color. Let's update it. Yeah. Is the red goofy there? It'd be nice if the borders were the same. I think I just made it, I guess let's find out. 40. I made it 15 border on this, so that would make this 40. Trying to get the border width on the circle to match. That does not do what I wanted it to. Yeah. Just trying to get them to match a little bit better. PL minus, PL plus. I think it looks kind of fun. I mean, the badge will still need to update, obviously, at the bottom, but I am liking the way that this looks. I wonder if making that background paint black. Static var C1x round grade gauge background color black. Or maybe we do like the graphite app theme colors dot graphite black. And then I gotta go find it up here somewhere. Here we go. All right, stat graphic colors dot that reset. So trying to make this darker. Maybe that was a little too graphite black. Slightly lighter. Let's try that. Kind of fun. Not the worst. This is probably the worst one we've got. Maybe just a little bit lighter still. Let's go up to where I have those graphite colors at. Right here. Graphite gray and graphite light are going to be my two other options. So graphite gray we'll try next. Did it get any lighter? I don't think so. Let's try graphite light. That might be a little bit better, just so you can kind of distinctly tell the difference between the border and the background. I think that's good. All right, now let's change this. And then once we implement changes to that card as well, which we're calling the division badge, it looks like, then we will then we can implement the average grade into the all stats view. But we'll get this first. So I guess first thing is going to be badge color. It'd be nice if it just matched the whole color, right? Under the gauge here, let's see if ChatGPT can give me a function for this. Gradient. I create a sweep gradient using the code below. Gradient colors looks like this. I would like, I have a container below this sweep, which I would like to update the background color of to match the position of the pointer on this sweep. It would take in a value from 0.0 to 10.0, full range of the sweep, and then return the color from the gradient above, which is closest to that value. Does that make sense? Can you provide a function to do this? Get color for grade. So we're going to come drop this down at the bottom here. Don't need that. Where does stops come from? There we go. How to use color at grade, get color for grade. All right, so we're just gonna go badge color equals get color for grade, grade. Like so. See how that works. So yeah, it would be kind of teal there. Let's go here. Eagle. Well, is it actually returning the gradient colors? It is interpolating the colors. That's cool. Does this actually return colors based on a blend of the two closest colors? That is pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Am I going to have any issues with using black text? I don't think so. We'll make it a bit bigger, but that is really cool. Okay, big fan of that. Text. This is going to be black. We're going to go font size 20, font family Lolita. Show me how that breaks it. Doesn't really. Okay. Yep. Give me a border. 6. I think I want to flip this. Division. Oh. Probably a little bit too big there. And probably doesn't work if... Can I slide it down a bit actually? Position, like if I set that to 20, does that shift it? That shifts it up. So strange that that causes it to all break. So what about 5? Or other way? Like 5. I want to shift the division badge down, but if I adjust positioned at all to move it down, it then crops the entire graphic. Why? plus 40, and then what I can do, like neg 30. No. Can I do neg 5 now? Nope. Okay. Increasing the height of the size box did not let me move the division badge down. Setting any value lower than 0 still crops the whole stack. Clip none. Whoa. Yep, that exactly. Plus 30. Neg 20. Yeah, okay, that definitely did something for me. Maybe I don't want to move it at all. I was thinking if I moved it down at the bottom, I could make it bigger, but maybe this is. Maybe this is big enough. And then I think when I travel, I'm going to be testing this on a smaller phone anyway, so I'm going to avoid doing that right now, just with the assumption that I'll be able to go do that at a later time. I really like the way this looks. It'd be nice to eventually get rid of that header and just show the gauge, but I just don't think people are gonna quite understand it yet. I'll need to add explanations to a lot of this stuff too. That is gonna be a point of contention. I have the question mark up here, so I can't just update that. Maybe that's something else we do is priority tasks. Provide and implement explanations for all stats in the app. And that's going to go maybe below watch. Just before launch. That's the important thing. Okay, so that looks sick. Now let's go to all stats. And I did already create a function too in my C1x Round grading file. I've got a new function down here just calculating average. It's a simple average function. Just totaling up round grades from however many are included, and then I want to display it. I think for right now, I'm probably just going to throw it at the very bottom. Let's go to all stats. Filter, expanded, equals all time this, else it's this, size box, height 20. So I'm just going to want to copy this from round display. Not infographic, above infographic. Just this. Nice and simple. Let's throw a little bit of spacing in here. 10, we can see how that looks. C1x gauge. Grab the import. All right. And then the grade that I want to pass. Do I have round grades called out here? I do. Okay, so do I have filtered round grades? Where do I have filtered? I don't at all. Filter and round IDs. Have it right there somewhere. Stat calculations. Filtered. No. Filtered. Filtered. Only on the dialog do I do that. Filter round IDs. Well, what do I display here? Stats calculations? Oh, and then I update the pass, I see. I see. We update the calculation. So for all time, it needs to be for all rounds. And in my C1x round grading, I'm just passing a list of doubles. So I could just pass the list of grades. Let's go var filtered round grades is equal to copy. I need to make a copy here. Copy functions. Don't need to measure size, but I need to copy a 1D int. List. Nope, don't do that. Double. Deep copy 1D double. List double original. Return list double. And then I'm going to use that right here. Copy, deep copy 1D double, round grades. Filter and round grades, okay. Filter round IDs. Let me go look at this multi-round calculation real quick. Where are we at? Right here. var selected round ID and round ID selected. Index. So maybe I just do this. Let's go here. Filtered round IDs. that was where I was at. Okay. So now I want this. Round stats index. This becomes filtered round IDs. And if we're not continuing, then filtered round grades. What was that? Filtered round grades. We need to do this. This is not within a set state. Okay. Filtered round grades is equal to double. So we're going to set it to 0, and then here we're going to go filtered round grades dot add round grades index. I'm going to move this inside of set state. And so my thought here is that now I should be, every time I'm filtering, getting an updated list bool, and then I can just use filtered round grades down here for the grade. So I can go, where's my C1x? Calculate average C1x grade. Calculate average C1x grade, and then this becomes the filtered round grades. And then we just throw this into get division grade. Easy enough. So did all that just so I could filter the round grades as I was filtering the IDs. So this is going to be all time. This is based off of all round grades. If I go last 5, that lowers a little bit. Seems like it's working. And let's say I unselect all of these except for Brighton. I end up with just 2 rounds. That drops down even more. This is a new issue now. What if it is just 1 round? You know, what does that do? 1 round works great. This code ensures that only unique values, no duplicates, are shown on the y-axis. It needs to do the same for the x-axis. Yes. Can you provide the full updated class. Scatter plot painter to the override at the bottom. Should be. And I'll have to verify and make sure that it actually works. That C1x Round grade looks cool though. I do like it. We'll need to make it say average here. That is something, but fairly minimal. Painter right there. Let's do a reset. That shouldn't change anything for most views, but it will affect it early on. So this still looks the same. But if I filter, we go last 5 rounds, and then I just do brighten, because that was where we noticed it previously. Apply. Perfect. Very cool. Excuse me. Let's pass a final bool is for all stats. And then we're going to go this dot is for all stats is equal to false. We're going to go var title is equal to C1x round grade. If is for all stats, title is equal to average C1x grade. And we're just going to make this say title. Get rid of const here. Add it here. And then from all stats, we're going to pass is for all stats true. So that was just to dynamically update the title here. It keeps throwing this error, but it doesn't exist when the app is actually running. It's only on these weird resets. So now we get average C1x grade. But then this still gives us the C1x round grade. That's cool. I'm excited about that. I am excited about that. Now, let me go take a peek at this real quick. Oh, great, that's MA1 minus. I just want to see if it looks better if I add a space there with the font that I'm using. I feel like it does just a little bit. What about a plus here? Peel. I think the plus looks okay. We can try it. Yeah, I'll add the space between the pluses too. Okay. What about like a perfect round? That gives me a 10.0. So what wasn't giving me a perfect round? And how is that only a 6.0? Alright, I've got to go try and replicate that. Something about the grade is not adding up here. Why is this not showing? Current hole, actual hole, shot data. Oh, here we go. Putting grade is 1. Why is putting grade 1? Obviously, that should not be giving a score of anything less than perfect. Let's delete it. Let's try it again. C1x putting grade is equal to 0. And as unlikely as that is, so let's say right now that there was, like it was a C1x made putt instead, then I get the 9.90. How is that not? Just because it's an easier courses moderate because it's not the hardest course. Adjusted putting grade. So putting grade there is a 5.0 if C1x attempts is not equal to 0, which is true. Putting difficulty adjustment. Maybe that putting course difficulty multiplier is a little bit high. I'm going to change it just a little bit. That is better though, and now that I've added this block here, let's reset. I should be able to make that a parked putt. So this one, if I re-enter it, should be giving me a similar score. So let's go delete and try that one more time. Oh, undo. All right, parked for birdie and then throw-ins. Now we get the perfect score. Because I'm not adjusting. Let's do this. Let's do if putting grade is less than 5.0. I'm only going, like if it's a perfect putting performance, I'm not going to penalize a player for it. Because I do think that's ridiculous. But only if the score isn't perfect. Okay. So now, I think I'm actually done with these. C1x grade looks great. Score distribution could certainly be improved still a little bit, but I don't hate it right now. I don't hate it. I think it looks weird on this one too, just because I've entered so many low scores from trying to speed through stats. That won't be the case for most users. C1x grade looks good. All right, updating designs for the rest of the new stats. Throws versus putts, colors. Clearly I created this, I did not implement them. So let's go, that's a, what, general segmented graphic. Label to color. Putting distance colors. Is for round display. But it is referenced there. Where does it get referenced? I don't see it get referenced. Weird. Okay. Throws, putts, labels length. This is going to be throws versus putts colors I. Label to color, which I call only down here, I guess. I should probably pass a set of colors, actually. Filtered segments map. Distance to color, segment, label. I've got an easy fix. I just would like to make this a little bit more scalable. It'll still be scalable. It's fine. Is for putting distances is, just leave that. Putting distances equals true. And then here we go is for putting distances, label to color, segment label. And I messed that up. This should be distance. And that is my pass here on the widget factory. General segmented, convert putted temps to segments. Passing the same thing. What did I call it? Is for putting distances. That might work. Trying to at least make this the orange and blue that I had set previously. To not do it. Throws, puts. If labels. Stat organization. General segmented. Gets label. Segment labels. That might do the trick. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Let's come here. I need to update the label color as well. That call. Further down. Yeah, do that. Okay. Getting the legend to have the right colors as well. Alright, so I've got those updated. I like the way they look. I'm going to keep them in line with the whole scoring, but we're just going to change colors now. I think I want throws versus putts to be these two. Vivid, vivid. Putting distance colors I do want to change. I don't, this isn't terrible. I wouldn't mind them being similar color schemes, but the light, dark, or faded, vivid, vivid, I don't think is the best. Maybe I do like the red, deep red, blush, red, deep, blush, orange deep, orange and orange light for putting distances. Vivid, sunset, red, deep, vivid, sunset, red, vivid, sunset, red, light, vivid, sunset, orange, deep, like that. So changing the colors on both of these guys. The red light to blush does not look good. I wanted to get rid of, that's okay, we can look at this first. It's not any better. Maybe we go in a different direction. I like the idea of keeping everything kind of on the same color scheme, which is why I was trying to go with this. But it just doesn't work with what I've got here. I could flip the colors as an option, so we can go, where are we at here? Orange light, orange light, orange, blush, red, so that's the blush. Then I could go red, but then to where? what colors to go with here. This really shouldn't be too hard. I just want it to look like an okay little gradient while still being within the brand of the app here. Let's just go with this. I need a nice gradient of 6 colors using the below or something very similar for use in 6 segments on a segmented graph. Red light, red blush. Red light, red blush, and then orange light, orange and orange deep. Orange light, orange and orange deep. All right, this was the suggestion. Let's give that a try. Honestly, sure. That works for me. I think I'd like to change the color on those a little bit. Progress bar color. Just something different. I like these staying on theme. These I do want to be a change. I mean, we could just try like a straight up blue. That might be a bit much, but not round display, stat graphic. So I changed these all to blue. Okay. Crimson red refined mid. Let's go to the progress bar. And then on color, let's go label equals penalty rate stat graphic colors dot penalty progress bar colors. Just making that red. Like that. I don't love the blue though, actually. Let's go crimson, red defined dark. And then instead of that blue, I could try just the dark blue. So dark blue, darker red. Do I have a bold on these fonts? I don't think so, right? No, I don't. Okay. Maybe a little too much there. If they were green, maybe? Maybe a little too much green after that. Maybe a little too much blue as well. I wonder if that amber is going to look terrible. Something tells me I may not love it, but yeah, I don't love it. I would like the border to be a little bit thicker on this. Maybe right in the middle of them. Can do that. Let's roll with that at the moment. C2 bonus. There's orange there. Still negate. Still negative. Segmented, not segmented. I'm done with these. I need the scale. Where do scale bar color, scale positive color. Okay, so I do have. I do already have those. So we've got bogey versus birdie, which is going to be true for C2, but not for. Not for the front nine, back nine. Because I don't necessarily want them to be the same color. The bar can be the same, but the negative or positive I would like to be different. Bogey versus birdie is good on this one, I think, but it's really just the front nine, back nine that I would like to change. What I would like to change. Go string label bool is positive. If label is equal to C2 bonus, if is positive, else if label is equal to I should be using that function in stat organization. Get label. So to get label stat organization dot get label C2 organization C2 bonus key, else if label is equal to here dot front 9 back 9 metric key, if is positive, else return colors dot gray. That's fine. Stat graphic colors dot progress or scale positive color, scale negative color. Let's make 2 more here. So let's go static var front alternative scale positive color, alternative scale negative color, and then what colors do I want front 9 back 9 to be? Maybe it's just the same color either way. Maybe that one I make a blue. Go eagle color. Could be kind of fun. Eagle color. I'm just gonna make it that either way. Stat graphic colors dot alternative negative color, that needs to be positive, negative. These are return, 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 and return. And then I've got an error. Oh, missing a parentheses there, and then colors. We need to return this. Get return bar color. Label is positive. Let's do a reset there. Okay, so it looks like I did get it fixed, but only changed return bar color. Only changed the circle, not the bar itself. There we go. Let's go look at them on an individual round too. Nice and even, this one. A little bit more of a back nine player. Okay. I think the yellow's got to go. I don't think I mind everything else, but I do think the yellow's got to go. I'm probably going to be done once I eventually decide on a color for this. Maybe I just make it the same thing. Eagle color. Eagle color. So I'm just going to make those match the blue down below. I think that's better. Okay, we got some real fun graphics in here. I am digging them a little bit. Yeah. And with that, let's go look at the list. Update all graphics for displaying new stats. I think I'm going to call this good. Still some title stuff that I want to change. Oh, I guess here's what I can do. Here's what I can do. What do I determine is positive? Right there, okay. So we're gonna go put this in a row. Label, I guess I can't quite do that. If label var forefront 9 back 9 is equal to false, if label is equal to stat organization dot get label front 9 back 9 key. Front 9 back 9 metric key. What's it called? Stat organization dot for front 9 back 9 is equal to true. And then here we're going to go if for front 9 back 9 else this is going to go under the else. If for front 9 back 9 we're going to go with row children I'll explain what I'm going for here in a second. Text here. And that. Here we're going to go front 9. Back 9. Clamped value. front. It's positive. So this is what I had in mind. And my only thought now is front 9, back 9. Like, you're not always playing an 18-hole course. So yeah. Font-sized box, width 10. Here. Const. Const. All those blue lines were annoying me. Yeah, that arrow isn't very clear. Maybe instead I just do a if is positive here. Comma. Better back 9 player. And then here we go, better front 9 player. And then I get rid of this row. Else if is negative. And then here I'm going to have to go else. We go const equal front 9 versus back 9. Better back 9 player. Do I have an example of a better front 9? Maybe this one. Better front 9 player. Yeah. Now I'm going to say I'm done. What did I do? What did I do today? We made some more changes to the all-time stats. That was minimal, mostly just checking stuff. A couple minor tweaks. Did I jump straight into the graphics then. We did some bug fixing with the C1x grading, round grading system. Did the histogram stat. We created the new scatter plot. Testing the all-time stats, which had some bug fixes we had to implement associated with it. But I think we're good now. Yeah. As always, that took a little longer than I thought it was going to, but we're going to do a little shifting here. Just a little bit of shifting. Let's go make sure in my main menu that I am calling the update all time stats. Still, I didn't comment it out or anything. All time stats updated. Yep, I call it anyways, and then here it's set to the correct thing just to make sure that's going to go out with the launch. Additional stats to incorporate in the app. I mean, they're incorporated, right? Not showing them on the main menu yet, which I thought about doing, but I don't need to do that right now. So I'm going to call this done. Additional stats are done and in the app. Anything to update here? 40 conversion rates and more. Scroll down on any stats view to see them. Yeah, it's accurate. Existing stats on the all stats view. Yep. I think this is probably an okay summary for the moment. So, things I am going to try to do off video, I think, is verify that I did indeed fix this earlier today in this video. If I didn't, I'll go fix that. Try to fix the driving on the whole breakdown. Try to give an example here. Creekside Park, hole 14 is not going to give a good example. Maybe this guy will. Yeah, so like hole 4 driving here, driving's not going to be, they weren't inside circle 1 on the drive. So this needs to say fairway, and then green and regulation should show what it shows here. So this is what I'm talking about when I say I need to driving on the whole breakdown to show the result off the tee, not always green and regulation. It's true for par 3s, not with par 4s or 5s. So I'll probably try and do these two off video. I'll jump into this one if I can get to it, with hopefully the goal of implementing the ability to change hole pars during a round in the next video. So we're going to call it there for today. But we got our new stats in the app. They're pretty colorful. They look pretty good. I'm pretty excited about them. So that'll wrap it up for this video. Probably be back tomorrow. But as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.